Hello, everyone. Welcome or welcome back to Clarity Tarot and Astrology. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you guys are all doing very well and are excited for a live reading session. Today, we are doing live tarot and astrology readings here on the channel. So, if you are watching this in the live version, hello, welcome. You can get a live reading here with me. If you open the description box, I have all of my live offerings there. You just donate for the offering that you would like, and we'll do your reading right here live on the stream. Now, if you are a member of my channel and you still have some free monthly readings you'd like to use for the month of December, you are more than welcome to do that. Just let me know when you get your reading done here right on the stream. And if you'd like to become a member of my channel and not only get free live readings, but also access to my behind the scenes content and 25% off your private readings, then I highly recommend joining the membership. It is such a good deal. Okay, so the link for that will be in the description as well as top pin comment. Okay. All right. Other than that, I have a ton of really great content on the channel right now. I have an incredible offer available right now. My 2026 year ahead experience is live. So many people are joining that and they are loving it. So make sure you get in on that. That way you are super prepared for 2026. You know what is happening and you can walk into the year very clear minded about what you're going to do to make 2026 the best year of your life yet. All right. I also have your weekly horoscopes available. I have your weekly tarot and astrology available. And I just dropped a new love reading yesterday. So there's a lot going on here at Clarity Tarot and Astrology. Make sure you check everything out. And of course, I am here right now if you'd like a live reading. So just let me know if you have any questions or let me know if you'd like a reading. Hello, Jaren. Thank you so much for your donation, love. Of course, my pleasure. So I see your question here is for me and JC, the musician, just to round out the other readings, and so I know what to expect or guidance. Thank you. Okay, no problem at all. Let's see. Let's kind of give you like a full, well rounded picture of what's going on here, what to expect, kind of how to move forward or how to process this. So, most important messages for Jaren, please. What do you want her to know about JC? What do you want her to understand about their connection? What can she expect? And what does she need to know moving forward? Okay. Most important messages, please. All right. So his energy right now, we have the Ace of Swords. And your energy right now, we have the Two of Swords. Interesting. Okay. So as we round out the year, as we go into 2026, it feels like both of you are looking for clarity. Both of you are, well, let's say for him with the Ace of Swords, it's like he knows that his life needs to change. Okay. He knows. There could be parts of his life that are falling apart in a way, things that he was doing that are no longer working, and just a general internal desire for something new and something different. You are kind of in the same page as well, but there could be a bit more uncertainty about what comes next. It's like you could stay doing what you're doing. There's nothing inherently wrong with your life. Like it's fine, it's comfortable. Um but it's like you may also have this feeling of like what's around the corner, or could there be something better for me, or are there different opportunities for me? So whereas he knows his life needs to change, it's like you may be weighing it out. It's like, well, there's nothing really wrong, but could I be doing something different? So you're both at this very interesting place right now. And I think that that is one thing that is keeping you guys connected, or why you guys are sort of having this connection, this like really strange connection, because you oddly are on the same wavelength. So the way that he is currently thinking right now is the King of Pentacles. Yeah, he wants to get more serious in his life. I feel like he's been playing around. Okay, there's just no other way to say it. He's been playing around. He has been following his heart, which is cute, right? Like it's cute, it's good. His heart, likely has led him to music, and that's what he wants to do. But there's a part of him that knows that he needs to get more serious in his life. Okay. He knows he needs to get more serious. He knows that he needs to start putting some stronger foundations in place. He needs to start managing his money better. He needs to find his home in a sense. He needs to set up some roots. I feel like the, you know, musician lifestyle, it served him for a period of his life, right? There was a period of his life and a period of time where this is what he wanted to do. He made it happen, and it's been fun, but he's understanding that this can't last forever, right? He can't live in that forever. That's not going to it's not going to satisfy him long term. This whole musician thing, I feel like it's satisfied the needs of his inner child. His inner child is really happy, but his adult self or his higher self is like, "We need more. We need more." And so he's kind of in this place where it's like, "Okay, like, I rearranged my life to be a musician. I did everything to get where I am right now, and now I wanna throw it away. Now I'm not happy. Now I don't want it." Like, but he can't fight that feeling inside of him, he can't fight it. I just feel like there are so many people that he has, like, told, like, "This is what I'm doing," and, maybe even, like, kind of rebelled against certain people to only now turn around to do the thing that they were telling him he should do. It's almost like admitting defeat, or it's almost like he's conforming, and that's something that him and his ego are coming up against. Like, are we really just going to do the normal, quote unquote, normal thing now? But honestly, inside, whether he's admitting this out loud or not, internally, he already knows that that's the path that he needs to go on, that he needs to settle down, that he needs to get more serious, that he needs to be more mature. So, the way that he is thinking about you, we have the Hermit card. So he feels like you are someone that is, like, much more grounded. You're likely a lot more grounded than the people that he's surrounded with. The people that are around him, I feel like they are, like, up in the air, up in the clouds, like, that's, like, what I'm being shown. They're very, like, "Let's get to the top," or, you know, "Let's be different for the sake of being different," or we're not conforming. Like, he's kind of around people in that energy, but he senses that you're, like, the opposite of that, right? Like, he senses that you are much more feet on the ground, realistic, practical. You're not out there just, like, trying to get famous, trying to be known by everybody, um, superficial. He senses that you're real, and that's what he needs. He needs real. He needs practical. He needs someone that is more connected to, like, actual life, right? Because, like, the life he lives or the life he's surrounded by or the people he's around, it's not real, it's fake. Um, and I feel like he understands that now. There were a lot of things that he thought going into this lifestyle, like, he had, like, a naive idea that has now been he now knows the truth. And there's a lot of that he's like, "I don't like this, but it's just a part of doing this." And, like, it was fine at first, but it's just not anymore. So, like, when he sees you, he's like he feels like he can kind of get the best of both worlds. It's like, I can still be who I am, but I also can have, like, the groundedness. So he sees you as someone who can, like, hold him down, but, like, in a good way. Like, he wants to be held down. The way he's feeling right now is the 6 of Pentacles. Yeah, he wants connection in his life. He wants relationships in his life. He wants to have people around him, but he wants to have the right people. Like, it's not enough to just have people around. Like, he wants to have the right people around. Like, what's funny is he has 2 pentacles here, so it's like he's thinking more about the long term. Not just what looks good today, what benefits me today, but no, like, what's gonna benefit me for the long run. Um, You said, "I do feel like I'm reevaluating things, thinking about what could make my life even better." He's been in the famous scene, LOL, for a while, so I could see him reevaluating things too. Yeah, I definitely think it's like, okay, it's like he came, he saw, he conquered, he knows what it is, and he either can double down on that and go to the next level, right? Take that a level higher, become more famous, become more known, put his work farther out there, or he can kind of just say, okay, I did that and I experienced that and I'm happy about that. And now I want to have more stability in my life. I want to have more predictability in my life. I don't want to be so like, never knowing like what's going to happen type of thing. I feel like he's kind of over that. Um, and I think that's like he projects onto you in a way like, okay, I think I could have a better situation with someone like this than the people that I'm surrounded by. So the way he feels about you is the judgment card. Yeah, there's something about you too that it's like you make him see the truth, you make him see the reality. Not that you're like trying to do this, on purpose or anything like that. It's just that again, there's something about the way you're presenting yourself, something about the energy that you're carrying, something um where he's like, yeah, that's it. He's like, this is it. This is the type of person I should be with, and he can imagine the type of life that that would be. And he's like, yes, that's better. Like that makes more sense. That will make me happy. That will bring me fulfillment, because I don't think that he is totally fulfilled where he is. So the challenge with him is the Queen of Swords. This would be a huge, 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 huge change for him. There are a lot of people who expect him to be a certain way. There are a lot of people that maybe depend on him. There are a lot of people that, and just in general, like he has also had to fight to be who he is. Like there could have been people at the beginning of his journey, like, oh, don't do that. Like, you know, that's not going to work out for you, or you should do this instead. So I feel like there are a lot of naysayers that he like proved wrong. There were a lot of people that he, wanted to prove like I can do it. Um so to turn back around now, there would be people going, I told you so. There would be people saying like, yeah, I knew that wasn't going to work. And that's something that he really has to fight against. He has to fight against doing what's right for him and not feeling like he's a failure, or not feeling like he's giving people the satisfaction. Um, he just has to be a man, and he has to accept, that people change, what they want changes, and the more you do something, the more you learn. And that's the hardest part for him, like fighting against other people's opinions, other people's, expectations. Yeah. So it's more of like an ego thing, it's more of an inner thing. Now when it comes to you, the challenge when it comes to you is a 7 of Pentacles. So it's a similar thing. On the 7 of Pentacles card, the person is looking back at the past, or looking back at all the decisions they've made, and they're at a crossroads. That would be like you would represent for him a crossroad. It's like everything changed when I went in this direction. So it's big. But again, the past is very prominent. Like it's very, very, very strong. And for him to be with you, he would have to make the internal decision first that he is letting go of the past, that he doesn't care, about the time and energy that he's invested into this pathway. He doesn't care about the people that are maybe dependent on him, or the people in his like world, the people on his team, like, whatever people he has around him, he'd be like, okay, I'm walking away from them. I'm choosing a different life and I don't care what anybody else thinks. He would have to make that decision first in order for you to be together. Okay. So that is, I think, where he's going to be for quite a bit of time. Because even if he makes the decision, there's still a lot of breaking down that he needs to do. Okay. But bottom of the deck, I have the King of Wands. So he is the type of person ultimately at the end of the day, like he's going to do what's best for him. That's the type of person he is. He's going to do what's best for him. He's always going to follow his heart. He's always going to make decisions that benefit him. So he will come out of this on the other side, but he just has to get there in his own way and in his own time. Okay. All right, let's get some advice and guidance cards. Let's see what Spirit wants you to know about this. Okay, so first we have children. Okay, so children are important to this partnership. He might want to have kids, right? He might be thinking about having kids, being a dad, that could be a lot of what he's thinking about. It's like, okay, I could keep going on the path I'm going on right now, but when would I have a family? When would I be able to be a dad? This could be an experience that he also wants to have, and that's also very important for him. So that's something that he's weighing out as well. Okay, I also have marriage. This could also be something he wants too. He wants marriage. So he wants kids, he wants marriage, he wants to have a quote unquote normal traditional life, which, like I said, might be so different from the path he's on right now. So different. And he may be seeing the incompatibilities with the current path he's on right now with the desires that he truly has. Of course, like musicians can, of course, have kids. Of course, they can be married, but it's something is always going to suffer, right? Because the career, the music is always going to come first. And he understands that. And he's like, I don't know if that's worth it. I don't know if this music thing is worth it. If it's, like I said, if it's really going to fulfill me. Because I feel like there's something about it for him that isn't fulfilling. It's not fulfilling. It could be a grind. It could be a lot of work. And he's like, you know what? I could do something else. I could start a business. I could maybe go more on the business side of music. I could go more on the marketing side of music, right? He's like, I could do something else without having to be the actual musician, still be on the scene, but also be able to be a family man. And that sounds a little bit more attractive to him at this particular moment in time. We also have second chance. Yeah, he feels like this is his. It's like there's an opening right now. Like there's an opening right now. It's like he could change courses now and still end up in a pretty good spot. But if he keeps committing to the path he's on right now, if he keeps going, that's it. Like he has to go all in. He has to just endure. And the price of that would be, maybe not getting married when he wants to get married, maybe not having children when he wants to have children, right? That he could have to delay these experiences till later in life. And that might not be like it might come at an age where he's like, yeah, I don't want to do that then. Like I'd be too old then. Like I want to start doing this now. So I feel like he's like, okay, I kind of can get back on the normal road in a way. So that's what he's really thinking about. Hey, Grace. So let's see what you can expect moving forward from this. Okay, we have the Emperor. So, what I would expect from him and just from the situation is him choosing and deciding to be in control of his life. That is the next immediate step from him. He really has to separate and become his own person, become his own man. Um, because like I said, there's a lot of people around him. I don't know who these people are, but there is an expectation of him. So he is going to break away from that and become his own person again. Um, he is going to be taking his life back into his hands. He is going to be getting back in control because that would be the next step. Because at this particular moment in time, like he could not, even if he wanted to, and this is what he hates, is like even if he wanted to move towards you, even if he wanted to invest in you, his time is not his own. His energy is not his own. He is obligated by other people. He has responsibilities to other people, to a label, to whatever, like so as much as he may be, yeah, I'm a musician, I'm doing my thing, he's actually really not free. And I think that's the part that he underestimated, that you're not just this free bird that can do what you want to do. You have obligations, and that doesn't feel great for him. Where, like I said, he can maybe go on the business side of music, he can start his own thing, and he could have his freedom back, and then he can do whatever he wants to do and have more control over his life. So that's what I would expect to see from him next. In terms of your connection and you, Six of Swords. Okay. So he is becoming more dating material, more marriage material as time goes on. Like I said to you in our initial readings, I'm like, this guy is not even on your level yet. This guy is not, like, don't put this guy on a pedestal, because truly, like, he is not yet, even though you may be attracted to him and things like that, like what he's doing and all that, he is not even in a position to, like, give you anything, to offer you anything, to be of value to you. Like, he cannot give you anything at this particular moment in time. But as time goes on, as he makes these shifts in his life, he is becoming more of that person. So I would say, like, if you feel like this is something that I am interested, I'm pulled toward this guy, I feel like there's something here, then I would keep him as an option. But he would still have to make a lot of changes to be what you would need him to be, what you deserve, because he's not there yet. There's a lot of potential here. There's a lot of potential here. There's a high chance that he will do it. But he is just not there yet. So it's like I would just think about him as like, this is interesting. Um, there's something here, but I would just keep focusing on you, keep moving towards the life that you want for yourself, keep doing your thing. And if he's meant to be in your life, like I said, the opportunity will appear for you guys to connect in some way. There's nothing that you need to, like, specifically do. There's nothing that you need to specifically change. Um, because the changes that he needs to make are not quick changes, are not overnight changes, are not fast changes. You can continue on the speed of your path that you're on right now. You can continue doing what you're doing right now, and you would still even be ahead of him. So there's no rush on your side. There's no pressure on your side. There's nothing you need to do or change or anything like that. Not at all. Just trust that if this guy is it, he will energetically align to your level and he will reach out to you. Okay. Trust that. Trust that. Because if he does not do these things, if he doesn't make the right decisions in his life, if he does not um, break away from what's not serving him, if he does not stand up for himself, if he does not come into his own, then this can't work. Even if there is chemistry and connection, it can't work. So this is really all in his court. It's all in his court. It's all in his hands. You're gonna be there, right? You're gonna be there. You're still gonna be doing your thing. And who knows who else may come into your life, right? So if he wants to be with you, then he needs to level up his energy. So you just keep doing you. You just keep doing you. You just keep living your life. You keep your heart open. You keep going on your journey. And if he's meant to be, he will come to you. Okay. So, like I said, potential here, yes. A lot of times I don't see potential. A lot of times people are very stuck in their ways. They don't want to change. And it causes the girl, the woman, to have to sacrifice. You don't have to sacrifice here. You don't have to work hard here. You don't have to do anything different here. You can just keep being you and just keep doing you. And he will come up to your level because he sees potential in what you guys can have, but he knows he has to be a different person. So he likes you just the way you are. He's attracted to your energy just the way it is. So you don't have to change. Okay. All right, love. That's what I have for you. I hope that was helpful. I hope it gave you lots of clarity and guidance. You are welcome. Oh, I'm sorry. Of course. Yes. All right. So, what messages does his higher self have for Jaren? Okay. What messages does his higher self have for Jaren? All right. The first message that comes out is I love you unconditionally. So, yes, this is someone who could love you very, very, very well. And I think that's what you're already sensing from him. Like, that he would be a good lover. He would be a good companion. He would be a good partner. And he would be, okay? He would be perfect. It's just up to him to become that lover, to become that person, to be the type of person that you need, and to be the type of person who could take care of you. And he would do that. He has the capacity. Okay, we also have I want to. Okay, so there's desire there. And it's that desire that makes people move. Okay, it's that desire that makes people change. Sometimes we need something, like we need a carrot dangling in front of us to do something that we need to do anyways, but it just makes it a lot easier. And that's kind of what I feel you are to him. It's like he knows he needs to change his lifestyle. He knows he needs to do something different. He knows he needs to move his life in a new way. But then having an actual person that like represents what that life could be, that makes him want to do it faster. So that's who you represent him. It's kind of you're almost like a muse in a way, right? He is sort of projecting onto you a sense like, "Oh, this could be someone that I have the life that I imagine myself having." So yes, there is definitely desire there. Okay, I have 2 cards that are coming out, which this is actually funny. The first one is I hide behind material things and you speak to me through music, which, he's a musician, so I think that's interesting. But yes, the hide behind material things, he is not what he seems on the outside. Like the version of himself that he projects on social media or he projects out to the public or when he's out and about, like, that is not who he really is, okay? It's a show, it's a persona, it's an act, and it's very necessary, and that's what he doesn't want. He doesn't want to act like something that he is not. He doesn't want to pretend that he is something that he is not, but it is a requirement for the environment that he's in. Looks matter, appearances matter, first impressions matter. And he just wants to be who he is. Like, he's like, "Okay, I wanna do music, but I also don't wanna do, like, the superficial BS." So there probably is a better way for him to do his music that doesn't require that, but he will have to sacrifice. Like, he may not be able to get to the levels that he wants to, but at least he won't have to sacrifice his character. At least he won't have to pretend to be something else. At least he can really be who he is, and he can have a family and he can have a wife. So it's a good trade-off for him, right? It's a good trade-off for him. But yes, this is definitely someone who, he lives in that musical world. He's musically intelligent. So I feel like there are certain songs that he connects with that he's like, "Yes, this is what I want. This is the feeling that I wanna have." And you're like the girl in the music video, right? It's like you're that muse. That's how he sees you. That's the way he thinks. That's the way that he, processes things. So, yes, like, I can say, like, you are a part of his dream right now. You are the muse, you are the character, right? That he can see himself being alongside. It's just up to him to make the dream the reality. It's up to him to be the person that you would want to be with. It's up to him to give you the lifestyle. That's all on him. There's nothing you need to do differently. Like, you're presenting exactly as he wants. So you can just breathe a sigh of relief and just keep being you, keep loving on you, keep doing you, and just trust that in the right timing, if he does what he's supposed to do, he will come towards you. And the opportunity will open for you guys to start dating. But it's going to be up to him to start the process. So you don't have to put pressure on yourself like, "Oh, should I do this? Should I do that? Should I try to get in front of him?" No. No. Just stay where you're at. Just stay where you're at. It's my pleasure. You said, "I appreciate so much." My pleasure. I'm so happy to hear my readings are helpful. You said, "Especially with this interesting connection that seemed pretty unrealistic." I know that's how spiritual connections are. They're not real. They're not, like the tangible real thing, but there is a lot of it requires the growth. And I think for you, like this spiritual connection is teaching you that you are enough as you are. That you don't have to be anything different, that you don't have to do anything, that you are enough and love will chase you. So you can relax in that. You can relax in that. You don't have to work for love. Love will find you. Okay? And for him, he's got work to do, but that's what he has to do. So it's my pleasure. I'm so happy we were able to reconnect again. I'm happy we were able to get you some clarity around this. And yeah, you just do your thing, keep relaxing, and everything will be good. Yes, yes, yes. Keep in touch. Let me know how things go. Hello, Sarah. How are you? Thank you so much for your donation. Alrighty, so you want to know, just want to see the updated energy for this month in regards to starting this new role. I met with the CNO today. That was nice. She seems organized, which I like. Yes. How am I? I am good. Thank you so much. So, what messages do you have for Sarah in regards to the new role? What do you want her to know? What can she expect? What does she need to know at this time? Okay, so I have a ton of cards that just flipped out, but 3 came out face up in regard to the overall energy. So I have the 9 of Wands, I have the Strength card, and I have the Moon. Okay, very interesting. Um, things are the same in the sense that there definitely is just a certain mentality that you need to go into the role with. And it's definitely one of confidence, of strength. With the 9 of Wands, it's like you have to let go of like the past and everything that you know and everything that you've been through and just walk into this new role with a whole new energy. Um, because yes, you will be tested emotionally. Like regardless, like this will be an emotional test for you, okay? This is requiring you to go to the next level version of yourself. You're having to bring another version of yourself than you would normally bring to your work. And so, you don't have to um like you're not going to have it all figured out right away, and that's okay. You you know there are ways in which you're going to be tested, situations you're going to encounter that you've just never encountered before, so you just don't have a neural pathway of like, how do I do this, because you've just never done it before. But that's a part of the energy that you're bringing into this, or needing to bring into this, is you know I don't know what I'm going to be doing. I don't know what this is going to require of me, but as long as I have confidence in myself, then I will get through everything. Okay. Like being in this role, it has nothing to do with a level of education, right? There's no education, there's no course, no training that you're going to be able to go through that's going to prepare you for what you're going to encounter, because you're dealing with people, and just knowing people and knowing how to deal with people, that's it. That's all. So, and that's maybe different from like your prior roles, right? Prior roles maybe was more about showing up and giving skills, right? You're getting paid to do specific skills. Like, okay, this job, you need to do this, you need to do that, you need to do that. And as long as you do that, you're fine. This is different. This is more of managing people, understanding people, dealing with people and their personalities, and, you know, knowing how to shift things around, knowing how to work things. Like it's a whole different way of going about work. Um, It's much more relational. It's much more, you know, getting people to do things and things like that. Like, it's just a different level. It's gonna require a different version of you. So, as long as you are going into it like that, like, "Okay, I don't know what I'm doing. I've never done this before, but I believe in myself. I'm confident in myself. You know, I I'm willing to learn, I'm willing to fail, I'm willing to try." As long as you're going with that like that, you're gonna be completely fine. And relationships are everything, right? So, like, having relationships with this CNO, having relationships with that person, having relationships with this person, that is way more important than, like, knowing what to do or, like, being technically good at your job, you know? So, just go in there, you know, make friends with everyone, be nice with everyone, right? Because that's how you get people to do things. You get people to do things by being nice to them and by being friends with them, even if they're annoying or you hate them or whatever. It's like you just have to have relationships. So that's what it's going to require from you. There's no training or course or, whatever. You just have to know people. And so you just deal with people as people. And that's how you get things done, is by being a people person. So that's all it requires, and so you just have to be confident in yourself that, like, people like me, people trust me, people will listen to me, people will, do what I say, and you just have to feel very confident in that. That's what's going to bring success for you in the role, okay? So hopefully that is helpful for you. You're welcome. You said excited to have a shorter work week. Yes, incredible. So shorter work week and getting paid more? Yes, that's awesome. So for your second question, you say, "I applied for a 5-hour a week work remote position to work at this AI startup company. I have experience in it. Curious to know if I will hear back about it. It's called Daisy AI." Oh, very cool. What does Sarah need to know about Daisy AI? What does Sarah need to know about Daisy AI? What can she expect from this? What's the energy around this opportunity? Okay, so as I said that, I have the Six of Swords coming out in reverse. And I also have the Three of Swords at the bottom of the deck. So I'm not seeing things moving forward with this. Um, they may go with another candidate. Because Three of Swords, I see you being upset, but I see them moving forward, but with someone else. So I'm not sure that will necessarily move forward. see what else. Yeah, Empress. I feel like they like kind of feel like you've just got enough going on. You've got enough going on in your life. You're probably doing well, making enough money in the roles that you're in, which, unfortunately, a lot of times startups are looking for people with not a lot of experience. They would rather have someone that's like they can kind of like mold their mind a little bit. Someone that's younger that doesn't have a lot like settled and secure in their life. Like they kind of feel like you're already very established. You're already probably making a certain amount of money. You're probably like you have like expectations. So yeah, I just see them probably going with someone else with Page of Cups. Yeah, someone who's probably like younger and just doesn't have like as much settled and going on in their life. So yeah, I don't really see that moving forward or that turning into anything super significant. You are welcome. Good luck. Hello, Rhoda. How are you? Hi, Rhoda. Can you hear me? Okay, awesome. So let me know what is going on. What is making you want to have a spiritual energy tech? Okay, so you said, I know you mentioned in the astrology I would be tired, but I've been feeling very negative lately in my head about things, just can't seem to focus to meditate and just on quiet. What exactly are you thinking about? Like, what are you being negative about? So, about time, he said, I know what I need to do, and I'm doing the whole gratitude thing. So, like, you are negative about the amount of time things are taking, or um, like, expand a little bit more on time. Like, what do you mean by that? You said, not sure if it's the holidays and second guessing quitting my weekend job, being stood up. You said, just in your feelings. hmm Quiet time. So, what if you could go into an alternate reality and you could feel the way that you wanted to feel, and you could be having the life experience that you wanted to have, where you wouldn't be feeling negative, what would have to happen? Like, what would have to be happening right now in your life for you to feel less negative, for you to feel happy, for you to feel like things are going good? So you said I would be able to do more for my kids and be available and stable right now. Okay. So it's just more about your current life experiences, and you're wondering if if you still had your weekend job and maybe were making that money, if that would make you be able to do that more or better. Um and you said I know that this takes time though. Right. So what I would say, first of all, is that working more is not going to get you to the outcome that you want. Working more does not create more stability, because working more and just having more money does not inherently in itself make you a more stable person. Okay. What would make you a more stable person would be working an appropriate amount, right? Working a healthy, stable amount of hours that would pay you the amount of money that would make you feel stable, and then having the time to actually be present for your children and to be a consistent force in their life. So that would create stability. So having more work would not create more stability because you internally would not be more stable, you'd be more stressed, right? And that's what led you to quit, is because it was leading to more stress. And then, you were stood up, right? So you had maybe a expectation of a person and they didn't meet that expectation and that made you upset. But even still, that person would not get you to this ultimate reality of being able to do more for your kids, being available and being stable, right? So all you have to focus on right now is that version of yourself, that person that you want to be, and create a life that that person would be living, to think the way that person would think, to act the way that person would think. So imagine if you were doing more for your kids. What does that look like? Does that mean giving them financial support? Does that mean just physically being available? Does that mean putting them in certain activities? Like, what does that actually mean? And also think, do they want that? Would they benefit from that? Like, is that what they're expecting of you? Or is that just an expectation that you are putting on yourself? Okay, so I would think through that. And then what does being more available mean? Does that mean being more emotionally available? Does that mean having more financial resources? Like, what does that actually mean? And how can you do that? Because you don't need to have more money to be available. You can just be available, right? You can spend your free time with them. That doesn't require any type of money. And then what does stability look like? What does that actually look like? Away from the financial piece, how would you show up? Like, how does a stable person in your mind show up? Does that mean that they have a stable mind? Does that mean that they're calm? Like, what does that particularly mean? Right? So you could kind of have like unrealistic expectations of what that life needs to be in order for you to show up in a certain way. Like, you can show up in a certain way. It's just all about changing your energy. It's all about changing the way that you think about it. That's it. It doesn't require you to have to work more. You don't need more money, right? Like, money money does not solve non-material problems. Like, being there for your kids is not a financial problem. It's just an energetic problem. That's all it is. So it's like you just saw the energy. You know, being available is not a money problem. It's an energetic problem. You just be available. That's it. Stability, depending on what you mean. Do you mean financial stability? Do you mean mental stability? Like, what type of stability do you mean? That also cannot be a financial problem, right? Maybe it's just about looking at your situation differently. Um, you know, and going, okay, like, the money that I make affords me this lifestyle, and I just have to be okay with that. I have to be okay with the lifestyle that this amount of money affords me, and then make the best of it. Find ways to make the best of it, not thinking, "Oh, I cannot be this person until I achieve this amount of money or until I have this type of career. Then I can be the parent that I want. Then I can show up the way that I want." And that is the recipe for disaster, because you're never going to make that amount of money. You'll never make that amount. The amount of money you think you need to be a good parent, you'll never make that amount of money. You're never gonna be the perfect parent. You're never gonna be in a perfect situation. Nothing is ever gonna be, you know, all together. But that's not what kids care about. Like, kids don't care about you being all together. They just care about you being there. That's it. Like, that's all they care about. They just care about you being there. knowing that they can count on you, knowing that you're available, they can call you, like, that's all kids know until, of course, they get older and they want things, they need to go to college, okay, like, then they're a little bit more aware of the financial piece when it starts really affecting them, but really, kids just want you to be there. That's it. They want FaceTime with you. They just want contact with you. They wanna know that when you're with them, you're present, you're available, your heart's open, and they can rely on you. That's all kids want, and that does not require a certain amount of money. Of course, if you wanna provide your kids with private school, if you wanna, give them private piano lessons, dance lessons, okay, those things do cost money, but do kids need that? It's like, they don't really need that. You said they don't live with me at the moment, so it's kind of bothering me, so it's just weekends right now. Yeah, and maybe that's it, and the reality is too, Rhoda, like, even if your kids did live with you would only be seeing them for a couple hours a day anyways, because you have to go to work, they have to go to school, like, you see them for a couple hours in the evening before you go to bed, and then everyone has to go about, their daily lives. You really would not have quality time with your kids on the weekdays anyways. You really get that quality time on the weekends. So you're not really missing a whole lot. Most parents don't really get to spend a whole ton of time with their kids on the weekdays anyways. You said, but I feel like I'm having to make that up through gifts and taking them to do things. And I think that's enough. If that's what you can do, if you can show up for them in that way, and if that's their love language, if their love language is gifts and that's how they feel love, or taking them to do things, spending quality time with them, if that's their love language and that's the way they experience love and you're able to do that every weekend, then that's great. So I would just think about each individual child, what is their love language? How do they receive love? And just make sure that you're able to do that. And sometimes that's better than constantly being around them, but just being that disciplinarian, because that's what you would have to be. Come on, kids, get up, go, like, eat your breakfast, get this done. Like, that's more of what it is being a parent on a daily basis. It's not, certainly not fun. You're not having fun experiences every single day. It's just mundane life. So if you are able to show up for them and give them their love, make their needs available to them on the weekends, then I think that's great. That's more than a lot of parents do that even live with their children. So it's like, you just have to accept your situation for what it is and not sit there and wish that it was something different, because it's never going to be that way. And it's like, if the longer you wait, the less of a relationship that you form with them. So it's like, it's better to have some form of relationship than no relationship, and then be like, well, look, I did all of this for you. I made all this money for you. I got my life together for you, when maybe they're at an age where they don't even care anymore. So it's like, just do what you can whilst you are working on yourself behind the scenes. But certainly showing up and being there is better than not being there, thinking that you're not good enough and that you don't have enough to give. So I would, like, take that off of your plate. And then in terms of stability, again, like, a part of stability is just being able to have peace and calm. And sometimes having peace and calm is worth more than having an extra $300-400 in your bank account. Like, yeah, that's always nice, but the cost of that is high, right? The cost of that is having less time to spend with your kids, having less time to invest in yourself, having less time to rest and sleep. Like, that extra money comes at a cost. And again, it's like, how much farther ahead is that money really getting you? Like, is it really making the difference between life and death, or is it just providing, like, a little level of comfort? And could there be another way, a better way for you to make that extra money? Could there be another pathway you can take that could provide that without you having to physically go somewhere and spend your energy and time? Could you create an asset? Could you create something that you can do in your spare time that can turn into something more for you down the line, right? Could you invest into something that could work for you, whilst you're working? Yes, of course you could. There are other things you can do than just being constantly busy and working for cash. There are definitely other things that you can do. And so, the job you're at right now, you said that it's, what you want to be doing. You can see yourself growing into it, right? I don't know if you have benefits there. I don't know if you have 401k and things like that, but you could invest into that. You could invest into, other investments. And this is not financial advice, but you could invest in other things that can grow cash for you whilst you're at work. And then you can have more downtime and more free time. So, I think that having the weekends off aligns you more with the version of yourself that you want to be. And you can use some of that weekend time to invest in yourself and to invest in money making opportunities that don't involve you getting up and going to work every day. Okay. So it's just, you just have to shift the way you're thinking about things. You don't have to force yourself to feel gratitude. You don't have to force yourself to be happy. That's not what this is all about. It's about being in the present moment, looking at your situation, understanding that even though things are not fantastic, magical, ideal, that you do have a lot to be grateful for. You do have a lot of resources available to you. You have opportunities available for you. And to use those resources, to use those opportunities to your advantage and to align with the energy to know when to take action, when not to take action, but still keeping your eye on the prize of where you want to go, but understanding like there definitely is like a flow to this as well. Okay. You are very, very welcome. I'm happy that I could give some insight, which hopefully kind of calms you down, pulls you out of that state of mind. But yeah, you know, don't put crazy, unrealistic expectations on yourself for being happy. Happiness is available right now. You don't have to work for it. You don't have to do anything. It's available right now. You always have what you need at any given moment in time. Maybe not what you want, but you always have what you need. It's just about recognizing that and using it to your advantage to get to that next level of happiness. Alrighty. So hopefully this is helpful for you. You are welcome. Take care, love. We will talk very, very soon. Thank you, love.